The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of May 14, 2025. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Kevin Trombley, pastor of the Restoration Foursquare Church in Concord.
Good morning. The sun is shining, the temperatures are cool, and everyone has a smile on their face today. It's a beautiful day to serve in the state of New Hampshire. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with gratitude for the gift of this day and for the privilege of gathering in service to the people of New Hampshire. We thank you for the freedoms we enjoy, for the responsibilities entrusted to these representatives, and for the opportunity to work together for the common good. As each person enters this chamber carrying different experiences, burdens, convictions, and hopes, help them remember the deeper purpose of service. In the midst of schedules, debates, and decisions, keep before them the people they represent, the families seeking stability, the children looking toward the future, the communities longing to flourish, and the neighbors who simply hope to be heard and cared for. Give strength to those who are weary, patience where tensions arise, and a spirit of cooperation that seeks understanding rather than division. Remind us all that behind every policy, every discussion, and every decision are people and families whose lives are impacted. May this chamber be marked by respect, fairness, and a sincere desire to serve others well. Guide these men and women as they carry the responsibilities placed before them, and grant them wisdom beyond themselves. Bless this session and bless the people of New Hampshire with peace, provision, and hope. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Bedford, Representative Catherine Rombo, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes Ava Beck from Bedford, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I also attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Ball, Bucco, Fadolfi, Hegner, and Brian Sullivan. The day, important business, Representatives Barbour, Bridle, Coker, Robley Hall, Levitt, Leishman, Litchfield, Lundgren, McLean, Nodder, Stephen Pearson, Plant, Jonathan Smith, Marjorie Smith, Swanson, Tenzar, and Verville. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Boschman and Munns.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. I also attend the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Brian, Renee, Aliana, Andrew, and Ali Beck, family of the singer, guests of Representative Rombo. Linda and Elsie DuPont, Claudette Falconberry, and Diane Martineau, wife and sisters of Representative DuPont. Ethan Aho and Claire Holston, guests of Representative Dargy. Phoebe Van Scoy Giesler, guest of Representative Bobby Bodman. David Erickson, guest of Representative Corman. Logan Brown, son of Representative Richard Brown. Matthew Bolton, guest of Representative Germana. Susie Butler, guest of Representative Priest. Lisa Bodwin, Tom Brennan, and Jason Quino, guests of Representative Schultz. Michael Bauscher and Christine Dewar, guests of Representative Darby. Judy Lindsay, Luann Balke, and James Battis, guests of Representative Elberger. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Chair recognizes the clerk for a report.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled bills. House Bills 1003, 1093, 1186, 1192, 1256, 1388, 1620, 1827, and Senate Bills 421, 454, 515, and 594.
We'll recognize the clerk for message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 241, relative to the health insurance coverage of pain management services for the management of chronic pain. Representative Hunt and Weiler move we concur. Hunt is recognized to speak. Hunt and Weiler.
Representative Hunt and Weiler move that we concur, and Representative Hunt is recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I have a group of them here, and so this is the first one off. I would say that this is theoretically a mandate. Health insurance costs could go up related to it, but it has my favorite word in it, may, instead of shall. So would you please support the concurrence?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 241. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment and passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1207, relative to certain laws applicable to state chartered banks, credit unions, trust companies, and other consumer credit entities subject to the authority of the banking department. Hunt moves we concur.
Representative Hunt moves we concur. Is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a banking housekeeping bill, if we were to call it that. And there was one little issue in there that the bankers and the commissioner didn't really solve. So we knew that this bill might be amended when it came back. And sure enough, now they've come up with an agreement, which both sides agree to. And so now, yes, I would ask to concur.
The motion is before us is to concur on House Bill 1207. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1262, relative to home heating oil and propane contracts and sales. Hunt moves we concur.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So propane delivery has been a problem for many years. And every couple of years, we revisit the subject and figure out how we're going to solve some of the problems. We work with the Attorney General's office. There is someone, Mary Stewart, one of her key jobs is just propane deliveries and the complaints that they get. What the amendment did is they took out one section of the bill that we had put in for the AGs, which was emergency refill. And the propane delivery companies really have a problem delivering propane to somebody else's tank. And so therefore, we took it out, and I have talked to Mary, and she told me that it's fine. She very much supports this bill and hopes that we all concur. So please do so.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1262. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1491, relative to pooled risk management programs.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. So this is probably, I am the only sponsor of this bill. This is probably the most important bill for me this session. This is the bill to allow health trusts to move out from being regulated by the Secretary of State's office and be regulated by someone who's more appropriate, the insurance department. So for all of you who have health trusts as your school or county or town, you want to support this bill.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1491. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1765, enabling wine and beverage manufacturers to offer tastings of and sell products of certain New Hampshire wine and beverage manufacturers and relative to defacing of controlled products. Hunt moves we concur.
Representative Hunt moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Okay, last but not least, this again is my bill put in to help the beverage manufacturers here in New Hampshire. Some of them that say they do only cider, like my son-in-law, and people come in and say, "Don't you have beer or wine? Don't you have anything else?" No, all they do is make cider. So what this bill does is allow any beverage manufacturer in New Hampshire, whether it's beer, wine, or cider, that they can offer products of other New Hampshire beverage makers. So they can offer other products. This is nice cross-marketing and helps promote New Hampshire products. So that bill passed without too much problem. It went over to the Senate, and the Senate was aware of an issue that it's pretty far from me because I live in Rindge and not in a town that I won't mention, where certain students go inside beer stores and put stickers on people's six-packs, or not people's, the six-packs in the store. And obviously these merchants don't really like some of the things these stickers say, and so therefore they have this amendment which basically allows the Liquor Commission to prohibit those stickers going onto those packages if requested by the merchants. So I hope you would concur.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1765. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1236, relative to the use of body-worn cameras in county departments of corrections. Roy moves we concur and is recognized.
Representative Roy moves we concur is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like many of the bills today, it's going to be a situation of hold your nose and push the button. This is one of them. This one, we asked that custodial interrogations be recorded, at least audio and video. The Senate did not see that as a viable option this time, although we agree it is, and we think we're going to actually have to come back and buy them and put them in place to get this through. However, to not concur would be to lose the ability of corrections officers working in correctional facilities to wear body-worn cameras that both protect the officer and the inmates. So we don't want to lose that. In other words, let's not ruin it because of the lack of perfect for the way of the good. So I'd ask you to concur and join me next year in coming back and forcing this through. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1236. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Scheer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the version produced by the body on the other side of the wall does nothing because it gives authority to the county to use body cams, but the counties don't need our authority, the authority from the legislature. They can do it without this authority whatsoever. So it's a nothing bill that does anything. And if I know that what they really did is eliminate the original 1236, which required the recording of custodial interrogations, and it include either by audio or video. And if I know that it included an exception for reasonable problems that might develop, and if I know that the accreditation body of the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council had no problem at all with the original 1236, with the mandatory recording of police custodial interrogations, would I vote not to concur?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is indeed a small cost associated with this and it's not appropriated and we don't have it, and furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I know that I was one of the sponsors of this bill and I'm happy to let it go at this point, and if I also know that I am also on the Police Accreditation Commission and inserted this in there and they are also okay with waiting to get this through, would I then support the committee to concur? Thank you.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1236. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seaworth.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 150 for voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1348, relative to possession of human remains for law enforcement training purposes.
Representative Roy moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there were only minor changes made on the other side, by the other side of the wall, that are technical in nature as to where and how this is placed in statute. Nothing was changed with regard to the fundamentals that we passed here, and I'd ask you to support that. Thank you.
Motion before us is to concur with House Bill 1348. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1423, relative to the offense of improper influence and making synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom illegal to prepare, distribute, manufacture, sell, possess, or advertise, with exceptions made for scientific research.
Representative Roy moves we non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the changes from what we asked they make to this bill that we all agreed to, notwithstanding our need to do this on kratom this year, this particular vehicle, they have done something to we can't accept. They've added things to it that are not relevant to this bill and are harmful to other bills that we're working on. Unfortunately, this year we've been forced into a game of 3D chess, and frankly, I don't know about you, but I don't like that. So I would ask you to non-concur. This will come about in another vehicle that will be before us. Thank you.
The motion before us is non-concur in House Bill 1423. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1522, relative to amending and adding definitions related to the protection of persons from domestic violence and relative to the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Committee.
Okay. Representative Roy moves we concur. Representative Rhodes is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the word of the day apparently is technical. Phrase is technical fix. So they added that the word coercion is able to be used if a person is seeking a domestic violence order of protection. And this is just going to simply help the judicial system whenever they're looking at the review, the Fatality Review Committee, and we would ask that you concur.
The motion before us is to concur in House Bill 1522. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1637, relative to the scheduling of hearings on certain motions to modify or revoke bail.
Representative Roy moves we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill and addition fine-tunes the process that when someone is facing arraignment or is requesting a domestic violence bail hearing, it must be scheduled within 72 hours. It puts a time limit on the court and makes sure that people get their hearing scheduled in a timely manner, and I ask you to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1637. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1651, establishing sexual assault orders of protection and relative to sexual assault survivors' rights.
Representative Roy moves we concur, and Representative Rhodes is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you file an order of protection, it's kind of just given that it's against the perpetrator. And silly us, we did not add the word defendant in the bill because it was already in the existing law. But they thought that that needed to be added so that there was no confusion over the fact that the petition was being filed against the actual perpetrator. We would ask that you concur. Thank you.
Motion before us to concur in House Bill 1651. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 625, establishing a committee to study options for family members of intentional homicide victims where the Department of Justice does not file charges in a case, repealing the Refugee Resettlement Program in the Department of Health and Human Services and prohibiting expenditure of state funds on refugee resettlement, and requests on a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Gannon, Birdsell, and Prentice.
Representative Roy moves we accede to the Senate request. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us to accede to Senate Bill 625. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Molly Howard, Newell, Muse, and Harriet Gathright. Representative Howard? Up or down? Thank you. Representative Priest. Representative Stone. Representative Harvey Bullia. Representative Foote.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 337 voting yea, 12 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The appointees on the part of the House are Representative Roy, Rhodes, DeQuinier, and Steve Smith. Further Senate message. Clerk is recognized for a further Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with the amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1610, allowing school districts to annually retain year-end unassigned general funds.
Representative Lab moves that we concur. The chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill rolls back a successful policy used to reduce local property tax rate volatility. It scraps a law we've had on the books for more than a decade that allows school districts to annually retain some of their year-end unassigned general funds, also known as surplus, up to 5% of the prior year's appropriation, into what's commonly known as a rainy day or a contingency fund. Very much like what we've done here at the state level what the counties have and what cities and towns all over the state rely on as well. It's a law that nearly every school district in the state relies on to reduce risk to local property taxpayers and reduce volatility in local property tax rates. And it's a policy that rating agencies like Standard & Poor's like to see to support strong bond ratings and low borrowing costs, because it indicates a school district is in good fiscal health and because it's good financial management. It's astonishing to me that this legislature is actually considering to roll back this policy. The bill passed by the House limits the contingency reserve to no more than 3% of the annual appropriation. So compare that with the 17 to 20% recommended by bond rating agencies and commonly done at the county level. And as amended by the Senate, the bill immediately rescinds the decisions made by local voters in nearly every school district to establish these contingency funds and flushes the contingency funds so that they can't be used. In Hopkinton, the contingency fund was established in 2013, and over that time, it's been used to stabilize property tax rates. That means the school board used contingency funds to balance the school budget rather than raise property taxes. Some years it's using contingency as much as $400,000, and that's a lot of money for a small town like Hopkinton. Eliminating the contingency fund means having to raise property taxes by that amount. At the school district meeting in March, the Hopkinton board presented plans to use the funds to address safety and security deficiencies rather than raise property taxes or borrow money. This improves safety to our students and staff, especially in the absence of school building aid. Other school districts have used contingency to meet surprise bills from regional CTE centers and health insurance risk pools. More wounds inflicted by the legislature, and at least a contingency was available to deal with. We all know property taxes in New Hampshire are among the highest in the country, and we all know why. At least our constituents do. And this bill won't do anything for property tax relief. It eliminates a tool boards use to balance budgets and stabilize rates. In committee, I asked the sponsor whether they spoke with their school board, or their select board, or superintendent, or the town administrator about their support for this, and the answer was no. So before you jump in to this nonsense, I hope you've had a discussion with your town and school leaders. Current law is good, solid financial management used by school boards, select boards, city councils, and relied on by bond agencies. And let's not be fooled by any talk about end-of-the-year spending sprees or topping off fuel tanks. That all can still happen, even with this bill. In fact, this bill makes that happen rather than letting districts save those dollars for when they're needed most. Let's vote no on this motion to concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill that we are presenting to you today was amended by the Senate, and we accepted in conference that amendment. It does three things. As amended, it rescinds all existing indefinite authorizations made by local school boards to use these unassigned general fund balances that they constantly are doing. There are ways that if you need funds in a capital reserve fund, such as transportation, or a capital reserve fund for capital improvements, that can be done. There is a budgetary process for that. Secondly, the bill states that these unassigned funds should be applied to the tax rate. We know that in schools today, we're seeing the demographic going down in terms of population, but we're seeing budgets going constantly up. This is one way we can present reasonableness to the whole budget process by saying that unassigned funds in this general fund balance go directly to offsetting that tax rate that we need to have done. This bill, and thirdly, will go into effect on June 30th, 2027. So it's in effect that time. It's right out of the gun here. We need to move forward with some kind of reasonable budgetary fix to support the unsustainability that our property taxpayers are encountering. And this is another way that we can move forward with that intent to accomplish and put more money back in the family budget. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1610. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Osborne has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1610. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Breachy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know House Bill 1610 will strip school boards of the vital tools they need to balance school district budgets, and if I know House Bill 1610 does absolutely nothing to address the property tax burden that the people of the state of New Hampshire are begging this legislature to do something about. And if I know House Bill 1610 invalidates the will of voters to establish contingency funds, then would I now press the red button to overturn this concur? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill is a reasonable budget practice that requires unassigned general fund balances to be applied to the tax rate, and if I know this bill is needed for property owners and families who are struggling under the ever-increasing weight of unsustainable school budgets, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1610. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 163 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendments, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1268, modifying the structure and administration of home education programs and relative to pharmacy benefits managers, managed care laws, notice of drug pricing options, and pharmacy benefit manager business practices.
Representative Noble moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill replaces an outdated and fragmented statutory framework in 193A home education. The other body amended it to remove 2 paragraphs dealing with DCYF home visits, anonymous reporting, and reports motivated primarily by the family being home educators. They also removed the section on equal access for EFA students and removed guaranteed access to the statewide assessment and the PSAT. Also attached is an amendment that increases transparency in prescription drug prices, and I urge the body to concur.
A division has been requested. This is going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1268. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that many home education families believe that current home education requirements and safeguards are reasonable and appropriate and don't need the modifications included in this bill, and if I know that this home education legislation eliminates some of those requirements, making it optional for parents to notify anyone of their intent to commence a homeschooling program, making it optional for parents to administer assessments and document educational progress, and making it optional for parents to certify the completion of a home education program. And if I believe that it is unconscionable that this bill removes education for assessment of child welfare, and that a lack of providing an education cannot be considered neglect, meaning that if a parent is suspected of keeping the child at home but failing to educate them, it cannot be used as a sole reason for reporting neglect to DCYF. And finally, if I believe that making New Hampshire the least regulated home education state in the country does not make New Hampshire the best state in the country to home educate children, would I now press the red button to defeat this concur motion with an understanding that children have fundamental rights as well? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that parents have a natural right to direct the education of their children without government interference, and if I know that this bill modernizes New Hampshire's approach to home education by replacing an outdated framework with one rooted in trust, flexibility, and respect for parents, then when I now press the green button to concur.
Motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1268. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Woods.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 178 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1358, establishing a commission to study transitioning all public schools to public charter schools.
Senator Noble moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill establishes a commission to study converting public schools into charter schools. The other body amended it to add a member of the Special Education Committee, and I urge the body to concur.
A division has been requested. Members take their seats. Senator Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is concurrent House Bill 1358. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Megan Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the special education and disability communities should always be invited into conversations where policy is being made, but if I also know that charter schools are distinctly different and are not public schools and do not fall under the same oversight in any way, shape, or form as public schools, would I now press the red button to reject the concurrence and the exploration of turning public schools into charter schools?
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that charter schools do not receive local taxpayer funding, and if I know that Granite Staters expect us to explore all avenues to lowering property taxes that do not include taking from a different pocket, then would I now press the green button to concur?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1358. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to stay to the vote. 184 voting nay, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for a further message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1573, permitting excused absences for student participation in certain activities and mandating that the State Board of Education to grant school reassignment requests for students demonstrating a manifest educational hardship.
Noble moves that we concur. Chair recognizes Representative Seelig for to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recommend the body non-concur with HB 1573 as amended. The original House version focused on excused absences for civic engagement and career and technical education activities, overriding existing local decisions regarding these policies. While we support the value of civic engagement and CTE programs, we do not support overriding local school district policies or local control. But the Senate amendment goes much further by mandating that the State Board of Education grant school reassignment requests when a student demonstrates what's called a, quote, manifest educational hardship, end quote. That is a significant policy change. Under this amendment, the State Board of Education would have the authority to direct students into other public schools, public academies, or approved private schools, including schools well outside their home district. But the State Board is not a locally elected body. It's a politically appointed group selected through the state political process rather than by parents and taxpayers in our local communities. Local school boards are elected by the people they serve. They are accountable to voters at town meetings and local elections. The State Board is not. Granting an appointed State Board the authority to override local school districts on student assignment decisions weakens local control and removes accountability from the communities that fund and operate our schools. The amendment is also very unfair to local taxpayers. If the state is going to require reassignment of students, even in cases of manifest educational hardship, then the state should pay the full tuition and transportation costs associated with those decisions, not the local taxpayer of the receiving school. Local districts should not be forced to finance placements they did not initiate, approve, or control. Property taxpayers are already carrying substantial educational burdens. This bill creates the potential for additional tuition obligations imposed by state-level decisions while leaving local districts responsible for those costs. If the legislature believes these reassignments are important enough for the State Board of Education to mandate, then the legislature should also fully fund every placement ordered under this process. Anything less shifts both authority and financial responsibility away from the state and onto the local community. We can support students facing genuine hardships without dismantling local governments or imposing new costs on property taxpayers. Therefore, I urge the body to vote no on non-concur and to protect local control, local accountability, and fair education funding. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows for excused absences for students participating in civic and career and technical education events. It clarifies the definition of those events and directs the State Board to develop and maintain a list of CTE events that administrators can use to determine if an absence shall be excused. A non-germane amendment was added to clarify that if a parent appeals to the State Board of Education demonstrating that their child has a manifest educational hardship, the State Board has the authority to grant a parent's request to reassign their child to another school, and I urge the body to concur.
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1573. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Motion before us to concur on House Bill 1573. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the civic education absence policy, as the chair of the committee just said, is an excellent part of this bill. But however, the non-germane amendment is a killer. It's no good. If I know that HB 1573 would authorize the State Board to have the final say on decisions as to where students are alleged and placed if they have a management hardship. And if I know these actions by the State Board of Education would totally undermine the decisions made by the local school boards and elected officials in cities and towns, thereby negating the prudence of local governing, which we prided ourselves on. If I believe that in the state, if this is going to mandate these manifest hardship placements, then they should also be responsible for fully funding them and not rely on property taxes for decisions that their elected officials did not make. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I truly believe in the two foundational concepts of local control and rejecting unfunded mandates, would you please then join me in voting no and press red on the button to non-concur? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Noble for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that parents can appeal to the State Board for manifest educational hardships, if I know that this is often done after months or even years of hardship, as we recently saw with a student suffering from bullying in Seabrook, and if I know that the State Board should be able to step in because someone has to make sure that student can receive the education they deserve and not have to be granted an exemption from compulsory attendance, then would I now press the green button to concur?
The motion before us is to concur on House Bill 1573. Say division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Irv. Representative Quayle.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the debate on HB 1573 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1774, relative to qualifying scholarship granting organizations and federal workforce Pell Grants.
Representative Noble moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill directs the DRA to participate in the Federal Tax Credit Scholarship Program. It directs the Department of Education to create a qualifying scholarship granting organizations list and directs the governor to approve workforce training programs for federal workforce Pell Grants. It passed this body on consent. The other body made a small change to the way that it directs the DRA to participate in the program annually, and I urge the body to concur.
Questions on the motion to concur? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1792, relative to the prohibition on teacher discrimination.
Representative Noble moves that the House concur. Representative Balboni is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the concur motion for HB 1792. Whether you support or oppose the policy goals behind the 2021 Banned Concepts Law, I urge this body to recognize that the bill is premature. HB 1792 attempts to revise and revive a law that has already been struck down as unconstitutional by the Federal District Court. While that decision is still under active review before the First Circuit Court of Appeals. In May of 2024, the District Court held that the 2021 law was unconstitutionally vague and imposed viewpoint-based restrictions on speech in violation of the First Amendment. The court found that educators were not given fair warning about what conduct was prohibited, and that the law invited arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. The judge stated plainly that the law sows confusion and leaves significant gaps that can only be filled by whoever happens to enforce it. HB 1792 does not resolve those broader constitutional concerns. In fact, the amendment from the other body is nearly identical to Senate Bill 431, which this body tabled just last week. Like SB 431, this bill makes only a narrow change related to intent or mental state, while leaving untouched the vagueness concerns, the lack of clear standards, and the free speech issues that formed the basis of the district court's ruling. And while the amendment removes civil lawsuits and funnels enforcement into a single administrative process through the State Board of Education, the practical consequences for educators remain significant. Professional discipline still directly affects a teacher's certification, employment, and livelihood. Simply consolidating enforcement into one administrative path does not resolve the broader constitutional concerns identified by the court. Most importantly, the litigation is still continuing. The state of New Hampshire has already appealed the district court's decision to the First Circuit. Oral arguments were heard in April of 2025, and a ruling could come at any time. Given the substantial public time, taxpayer resources, and legal effort already invested in this case, it makes little sense for the legislature to start revising this law before the appellate court has issued a decision. If the First Circuit upholds parts of the district court's ruling, we may need to return and rewrite this statute again to address additional constitutional problems. But if the First Circuit reverses the lower court, some of the concerns raised today may already be resolved through the judicial process. Either way, acting now risks creating more uncertainty, more confusion, and potentially more litigation. I urge you to vote against the concur motion and allow the judicial process to conclude before moving forward. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Representative Noble is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has been completely replaced by the other body to address some of the court's criticism of the prohibition on teaching discrimination statute. It adds a mental state requirement in a couple of places and also removes the civil remedies, and I urge the body to concur.
The questions on the motion to concur. And who requested the roll call? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seat. Questions on the motion to concur? Representative Cornell is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is still being decided in court and question why we are changing a law before the appellate court tells us what the law actually permits, and if I know that the core constitutional defects were untouched, vague, lacked clear standards, and First Amendment concerns, and that this amendment does not solve those underlying issues, and if I know that passing this now creates more uncertainty, more confusion, and likely more litigation, thus wasting taxpayer resources, for which there are certainly many other better uses, and creating uncertainty for educators, would I now press the red button and vote against the concur motion?
Representative Noble is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that students should be taught about racism and discrimination and not taught racism and discrimination, then would I now press the green button to concur?
Questions on the motion to concur? This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McFarland. Sorry, Representative Futop, I missed it. Thank you. All set.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 127 in the affirmative, 222 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Balboni moves that the House non-concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The House will be in order. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, sent up from the House, Senate Bill 578, relative to play-based curriculum and limitations on recess periods for pupils, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Ward, Sullivan, and Altschiller.
Representative Noble moves that we accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Noble, Peternell, Freeman, and Megan Murray to the Committee of Conference. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, sent up from the House, Senate Bill 534, relative to compliance with certain political expenditures and contribution statutes, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Lang, and Perkins Quokka.
Representative Berry moves that we accede to the request for a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Berry, Quayle, Wood, and Burnham to the Committee of Conference. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments to pass of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 396, relative to the processing of cattle, swine, sheep, and goats at facilities not certified by the United States Department of Agriculture.
Representative Aaron moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And now for something completely different. The Environment and Agriculture Committee asks that you concur with this bill. Representative Comtois worked with Senator Innes on the changes that the Senate made to this bill since the House passed it back in January. It's a better bill now and also pretty close to the Congressional Farm Bill provisions. It allows for on-farm slaughter and direct sale to consumers of cuts of meat for cattle, swine, and sheep, just like we now allow for non-amenable species such as bison, elk, and red deer. So please vote to concur. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 707, establishing a solid waste site evaluation committee.
Representative Aaron moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The Environment and Agriculture Committee recommends concur on this bill. This bill contains language from HB 1189 that passed our committee and this House unanimously in March and sets up a solid waste siting evaluation committee. This bill is a culmination of 7 years of intensive work of many people to achieve much needed and long overdue reform on how landfills are sited in our state. This new siting evaluation committee will consider various positive and negative community impacts that these landfills present, and it allows for local citizens, scientific experts, and the waste management industry to participate in decision-making regarding siting of landfills. So the Senate tweaked some language from our House bill as they worked with our committee, the Governor's Office, DES, and people from the solid waste industry and North Country Alliance for Balanced Change this past year. It's a solid bill with support from many stakeholders, and it's the only solid waste management bill to make it through the Senate. So we know the governor supports this bill as it is now, and we need to concur with it and send it to her desk. So please join me in pressing the green button or saying yes to concur with the Senate changes for HB 707. Thank you.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1511, relative to the membership of the Agriculture and the Classroom Committee, the annual proclamation of New Hampshire Day at the Big E, and repealing the repeal of the Produce Safety Chapter.
Representative Aaron moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Probably one of the last times I'll be up here at the well. So, this original bill changes the composition of the Ag and the Classroom Committee. The Senate added some language to have the governor make an annual proclamation for New Hampshire Day at the Big E, and they also added language to continue our produce safety inspection program that was set to sunset on July 1st, which our Department of Agriculture needs to have to continue. So please join me in concurring with this change to this bill. Thank you.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 475, relative to pet vendor foster homes, defining pet vendor foster facility, and relative to cruelty to livestock, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Birdsell, Pearl, and Altschuler.
Representative Aaron moves that we accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representative Judy Aaron, Barbara Comtois, Peter Bixby, and Nick Germana to the committee. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1269, relative to qualifications to practice acupuncture.
Representative Leon moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee requests your concurrence on this bill. This bill deals with acupuncture and adds one certified acupuncture detoxification specialist to the Board of Acupuncture Licensing. The amendment keeps that new member and reduces the number of acupuncturists from 3 to 4 to keep the same number of people on the board. I ask for your concurrence.
Questions on the motion to concur? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1312, relative to the authority of various boards.
Representative Leon moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a cleanup to address sections of law that weren't changed when the legislature made some previous policy changes that were identified by JELCAR. The amendment reflects some minor changes requested by the Optometry Board to the updates already in the bill, and we ask for your concurrence.
Questions on the motion to concur? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1328, relative to alcohol and other drug use professionals and relative to the qualifications to obtain certain occupational licenses.
Representative Leon moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addressed several topics around alcohol and other drug use professionals, including getting rid of the licensed clinical supervisor position, which we all believe is completely unutilized. This amendment pushes the effective date of this repeal out to 2030, just in case somebody's pursuing this path, so that we don't pull the rug out from underneath them. I ask that you concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk.
Got it. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1555, relative to the administration and enforcement of the State Fire Code.
Representative Leon moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very tricky amendment. It moves the effective date from July 2nd of this year to July 1st of next year. I ask you to concur.
Questions on the motion to concur? You ready for the question? Somebody requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1555. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 in the affirmative, 160 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 400, relative to duties and reporting requirements of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Pearl, Gannon, and Reardon.
Representative Leon refuses to accede and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As passed by the other body, this bill would require the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board to undertake comprehensive clinical reviews of clinical evidence and publications about all the uses of therapeutic cannabis every 2 years. When you look at a medical society, they usually update these every 5 or 6 years or every 10 years, and they have a giant staff of people that do this to review the evidence. When asked how the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board would be able to do this with their current tasking, it was recommended that perhaps they hire some experts on the staff and charge that to the therapeutic cannabis patients. We don't want to increase the cost to patients. And because the Senate is unlikely to move to what was a very reasonable amendment that we put on this in order to have them include the existing review of medical evidence into their annual reports, I don't see a path forward, and so I would ask that we refuse to accede to the Senate.
Questions on the motion to refuse to accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House, House Bill 1219, relative to immunization requirements in foster family homes and relative to financial eligibility for the Medicare Savings Program.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the other body did was they added the language of SB 545 into the bill, and that was a Senate Bill 545 we had actually voted inexpedient to legislate previously. The reason was because it had a very large state fiscal note that would have cost quite a bit of state funds. There was some confusion, some questions, some unanswered questions. And since then, we've learned that it will be all federal money. And basically what 545 did is it removed the resource limit for the Medicare Savings Program and, subject to CMS approval, made the low-income subsidy for Medicare Part D available to residents to assist with prescription drug costs. Since this is all federal money and will not cost the state any money at all, we had asked you to concur with the Senate change.
Questions on the motion to concur? Be ready for the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House, House Bill 1337, repealing New Hampshire Council on Autism Spectrum Disorders.
Representative Wayne McDonald moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made a simple change. Originally, the bill was going to require that it become effective 60 days after passage. What the Senate did is it moves the effective date of the bill to December 31st, 2027, and we ask that you concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate has the concurrence of the House, House Bill 1449, limiting times vaccine clinics may operate at schools with certain exceptions.
Representative Alexander moves that the House. Sorry, I got one bill ahead of us. Representative McDonald moves that the House non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too many papers. Actually, basically, 1449 required that parents be allowed to be present when their children were going to be vaccinated at schools. And the Senate took that language out of the bill. And that was the central part of the bill. So for these reasons, we're asking that you non-concur.
Questions on the motion to non-concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1021, amending the date to provide written notice to a municipality of a taxpayer's election to be assessed under the low-income housing tax credit program.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends the date to provide a written notice to a municipality of a taxpayer's election to be assessed under the low-income housing tax credit program. The Senate made a change. The date would be amended to April 15th. The Senate changed it to on or before April 15th. So please concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1079, allowing accessory dwelling units to be built within or attached to certain non-conforming structure.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies the intent of the new ADU law to allow the conversion of non-conforming existing structures, such as barns and other structures on a property, to ADUs. The bill already passed the House once, and the Senate removed one section of the bill that would conflict with other areas of the ADU law. I ask that you concur. Thank you.
Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who was it? Representative Schomburg requests one moment. So the answer is, once the doors are closed, you're too late. Questions on the motion to concur. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 269 in the affirmative, 73 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1103, allowing municipalities to utilize community revitalization tax relief credits on a wider variety of properties and structures.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill changes the definition, of what qualifying structure is on the community revitalization tax incentive or 7090 provisions. The Senate made some small changes to this bill, expanding local options by setting goalposts for these programs, as well as letting voters establish tax relief for other projects, including commercial and residential. I recommend you concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1336, relative to regulated conditional deposits.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would allow for a regulated conditional deposit in cases in which an applicant for an apartment does not meet standard approval screening criteria. This bill would provide housing for those that don't normally qualify for housing by allowing housing providers the option and the tenant to accept the option of requiring a conditional deposit that will be paid back within a year of the tenant living in the home. The Senate added language clarifying that if a municipality gives the housing provider money for this deposit, the money that was given by the municipality must go back to the municipality and not the person renting the unit. I ask that you concur with the Senate. Thank you.
Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who asked for the roll call? Representative Reed requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1336. Representative David Page is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would allow landlords to charge our most cash-strapped neighbors a security deposit double what the rest of us pay just to put a roof over their heads, and if I know that our churches and nonprofits who provide security deposit assistance will see the impact of their hard-won charitable dollars cut in half if this bill passes. And finally, if I know quite simply that we do not solve New Hampshire's housing affordability crisis by charging families twice as much, would I now press the red button so a better motion can be made?
Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know there is language in the bill that says the landlord may offer and the tenant may accept a regulated conditional deposit, in which cases that are clearly outlined that they don't meet the standard approval criteria, and if I know this bill is completely optional and helps people that don't normally qualify for housing or are on the streets or don't necessarily have housing available, access to housing, if I know this is pro-housing legislation that'll put people in homes, would I press the green button? Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Diane Kelly.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1523, relative to disclosure requirements for condominium associations.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would establish transparency requirements for homeowner associations that mirror the transparency requirements of condo associations. The Senate made changes to the bill to expand the timeline in which homeowners associations must provide the requested documentation to the homeowner from 5 days to 15 days. I ask that you concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1598, relative to notice and proceedings for tenants and landlords engaged in eviction processes.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a carefully crafted compromise between the housing provider community and New Hampshire legal assistance. The Senate made changes to the bill that are accepted by both parties that remove redundant sections of the bill. I recommend you concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1681, relative to the definition, inspection, and local approval of tiny houses and yurts as innovative housing structures.
Representative Alexander moves that the House concur. Representative Turcotte recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill here is one of the many that didn't get a full hearing or a full debate in this House. It went over to the other body on the day we only did PIs. So before we go any further on this, I think it's important everybody understand exactly what the bill does. There are 3 new building structures being proposed to be first permitted and then later to be mandated onto every residentially zoned lot in our state. These are tiny homes on wheels, what are also considered trailers and mobile homes, and yurts. Now, to limit my time here, I'm only going to address one of those 3, although there's a lot of technical problems in this entire bill. And I'm going to address yurts. So, what is a yurt? Now, that's a great question. I didn't know either. Here is what the legislation you were about to vote on.
Member will suspend for a minute. I'm right here, and I'm having trouble hearing him. If you have conversations, please take them in the anteroom. Member, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A yurt means, for the purposes of this subdivision, a style of tiny house that is round or similar shape and is freestanding structure modeled after traditional nomadic dwellings constructed with contemporary materials and engineering for use as a permanent long-term resident. What is long-term? They don't define it. Is that 6 months, 12 months, 5 years, 10 years? Who knows? I found another definition, what I think is equally amusing. Yurt means a round domed tent of canvas or other weather-resistant material having a rigid framework, wooden floor, skylights, and may have plumbing or electrical or heat. So then I got curious. Here we are putting forth yurts. Why were teepees and tree houses not included along with the yurts? I mean, teepees were certainly used by nomadic tribes. Are they any more aesthetically unpleasant than a yurt? And believe it or not, I know of a commune in my town of Barrington, yes, an actual commune, that individual started back in the 60s, and one of the individuals, because I've been to his house, when he first went onto his commune, he built a tree house to live in for many years. while they were constructing their eventual home. Now, I know I'm sure some craftsmen, maybe even the member from Hooksett, might be able to design and construct some awesome looking tree houses. Now, this piece here was what the other body actually eliminated. It's a very important piece, and that was the original bill that we sent over had a provision for taxation, and it limited that taxation to if the structure, the tiny homes on wheels or whatever was on for more than 180 days, it could be taxed. If at day 179 the structure was relocated, then what? Then return, does the restart the 180-day clock, giving the owner a year-round property tax-free? This got it's so flawed that this section was eliminated by the other body by removing all reference to taxation alone. And according to the committee report by the Senate member from Manchester, it read, "The committee amendment would provide municipalities with the flexibility in determining how these structures are taxed." Now, if you think about it, the tax issue was so complex that those on the other side of the wall couldn't figure out a solution, and they pawned it off on individual municipalities. The housing committee here couldn't fix it. The committee on the other side of the wall couldn't fix it. Too bad, cities. You guys figure it out. Now, my big main concern here is the use of the word may in the bill. I don't want to see our state masked up. You will almost assuredly hear from the bill's proponents that this is enabling legislation because the word may is used. Be very concerned and aware, fellow members, this may will be very temporary, and it will soon be amended to read shall by right. Now, you say, Rep. Turcott, how can you be sure of that? Well, I actually had a copy of the bill that contained the word shall be allowed by right, but the proponents decided to stay with the may for now in fear of some major opposition. It'll be chipped away at later. Keep in mind, municipalities can already permit innovative structures without this legislation. This entire bill is not needed, but it's more proof of what the end game is going to be on this. And we only have to look at a lot of the RSAs that we've watched over the last few years by special interest groups being pushed by proponents here, unbundling our zoning regulations and taking away the local control. We've seen ever-expanding ADU mandates that started out with the word may, became shall by right, expanding the quantities mandated on residential lots. The familial relations were eliminated, and now they can all be used as rentals. Each of these innovative housing structures would qualify as an ADU. So those of you who live in single-family neighborhoods, get ready for tiny homes, trailers, mobile homes, and yurts to go up as rentals all around you and watch your single-family property values plummet. I ask you to vote red on the motion of concur so we can maintain some semblance of local decision-making when it comes to zoning, and we can limit the influx of nomadic structures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Alexander is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't really know what my friend from Barrington is saying. He kind of reminds me of that meme of like the man that's screaming at the clouds, like there's something going on up there and like we don't know what it is. What this bill before you is virtually the same bill that was passed by a House on a 231 to 99 vote. It had a full debate, it had a full public hearing in the Housing Committee, and it passed on a 231 to 99 vote. The other body made two changes. Phil Sherman, the chair of the Building Code Review Board, asked for two grammatical changes on page 3, line 1 and line 27. Jim Michaud, the chief assessor for the town of Hudson, asked in written testimony that a section related to taxation be deleted. The bill before you is still a local option. It says, quote, a municipality may permit an innovative housing structure. May permit. It's right on page 2, line 1. So all this bill does is says, if the municipality chooses to permit these types of housing, all this bill does is define what kinds of housing are, what building code, fire codes apply, DES rules for disposing of sewage, and other technical changes. This was drafted by a coalition, so if municipalities choose to accept this sort of innovative housing structure, they just need to follow by these certain building fire codes, keep everyone safe. This is fully supported by the state fire marshal, the Building Code Review Board. We made some changes. I'm not sure if they're wholeheartedly supported yet, but we made some changes they asked for. And the other body's changes are simply to fix a couple grammatical errors and accommodate the assessors. So I really hope that you concur with this bill. Thank you.
Representative Churcott has requested a roll call, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1681. Representative Maggiore is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that tiny homes are already permitted in the International Residence Code, if I know that the president of the Tiny Home Alliance, a national foundation, called me, and she and I have been working together for 7 years on this issue, and asked me to kill this bill because the assessment issue is still not resolved, then would I vote against the concur motion by pressing the red button? Thank you.
Representative Alexander is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that on page 2, line 1, it says a municipality may permit an innovative housing structure, and that if they choose to permit these structures, they must follow standard fire code, DES rules, sewage rules, and other state policies, would I press the green button to concur on this? Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur on House Bill 1681. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Corzine. Representative Ebel.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 242 in the affirmative, 102 in the negative. The motion's adopted. The House is in recess until 1:20.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 164, relative to local records retention.
Representatives Lynn and Weiler move that the House concur. Representative Lynn's recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill is passed by the House related to the funding for local government records managers. The Senate reduced the appropriation from $150,000 to $50,000 and says that the money should be used to create a website rather than fund a local government records manager in the archives. These are changes. I think ours was probably better, but there's no reason not to concur, so I recommend you concur. We concur.
The question is whether to concur on House Bill 164. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion's approved. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 232, relative to the rights of conscience for medical professionals.
Representative Lynn moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that sought to establish a right of healthcare professionals who object for religious or conscience reasons to participating in abortions to not have to do so. The Senate revised the bill significantly so that it now simply says that such a person may request that the healthcare provider he or she works for grant them a reasonable accommodation not to have to be directly involved in performing abortions, and that if the person who makes the request believes they were unreasonably denied, the person may file a complaint with the Attorney General's office. I have spoken, first conferred with my committee on this, and also spoken to the prime sponsors, who, although they believe, again, that the House version of this bill was better, they nonetheless believe that we should concur, and our committee also believes that we should concur.
Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call?
Wendy Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. It will be a roll call vote. Members, continue taking your seats. The question is the motion to concur on House Bill 232. Representative Birch is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, which seeks to add a state process on top of an already existing federal law, allowing those involved in abortion care to decline participation based on religious beliefs or moral concerns, contains significant legal and drafting problems, and in several respects conflicts with federal law, and if I know that the terms such as sincerely, moral conviction, direct participation, and reasonable belief are left undefined with no definition section, no standards for determining who qualifies and what conduct is covered, and if I know the bill fails to protect privacy rights required by our Constitution, both for the individuals involved and for institutions that provide abortion care, and if I know that the bill completely fails to define whether the Attorney General may impose penalties, seek injunctions, or merely receive reports, and finally, If I know that the bill fails to comply with federal emergency care obligations under EMTALA and other federal patient care requirements, would I then press the red button to reject this not ready for prime time bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill as originally passed by the House was entirely reasonable, and if I know that the Senate changes, the changes that the Senate made to this bill, if anything made it more, it should have made it more suitable to our friends on the other side of the aisle. But if I also know that what we've just heard from the representative of the other side tends to show that anything dealing with abortion, they will have nothing to do with unless it's completely open abortion. Then would I press the green button?
The question is the motion to concur on House Bill 232. If you're in, the House will be in order. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 154 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1040, establishing a committee to study the laws and procedures governing the filing and registering of quitclaim deeds in the state.
Representative Lynn moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes a committee to study the laws and procedures governing the filing and registration of quitclaim deeds in the state. The only change that the Senate made, that the other body made to this bill, was to remove the Senate representative on that study committee. But as the prime sponsor of the bill, my friend from Brentwood, pointed out, this should not in any way prevent us from concurring, since we would be the ones that would do all the work anyway. For those reasons, I recommend that we concur.
Question is the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1115, expanding the number of persons eligible for the New Hampshire Medal of Honor.
Representative Lynn moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as originally passed by the House, defined the term citizen of New Hampshire for purposes of the law, and also expanded the number of persons eligible for the New Hampshire Medal of Honor. The Senate removed the language defining citizens of New Hampshire, which frankly was disappointing to us, but left everything else in, including the expansion of people who would be entitled to be recognized for the New Hampshire Medal of Honor. It's not as good as we would have liked it, but we recommend that you concur.
Question is the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1384, relative to prohibiting foreign adversary persons or foreign entities of concern from financing lawsuits, prohibiting foreign principals from registering as lobbyists, and requires certain disclosures for persons acting on behalf of foreign principals.
The ever-entertaining Representative Lynn is recognized to speak and moves to concur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill regulates foreign funding of lawsuits. Again, the Senate did not change this aspect of the bill from the version that the House passed. Instead, it added additional prohibitions against certain foreigners registering as lobbyists in New Hampshire, and requiring additional disclosure by lobbyists who represent foreign entities of concern. Our committee recommends that we concur.
A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions the motion to concur on House Bill 1384. Representative Birch is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amended bill regulating foreign financing of lawsuits and barring foreign principals from registering as lobbyists was produced largely through a last-minute floor amendment process, and if I know that this may conflict with and possibly be preempted by the Federal Foreign Agents Registration Act, known as FARA, and if I know that the bill presents, in addition, substantial First Amendment vulnerabilities, dormant Foreign Commerce Clause concerns, vagueness and overbreadth problems, and if I further know that the bill raises multiple due process concerns, including unanswered questions regarding enforcement authority, applicable penalties, whether contracts become void, and whether violations create civil or criminal liability, then would I press the red button so that next year a bill can be filed for proper review, hearings, and drafting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as originally passed by the House, was entirely reasonable, and though the Senate didn't change that part at all, and what they added also is reasonable, then would I press the green button, please? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the motion to concur on House Bill 1384. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 150 in the negative. The motion's adopted, and the chair continues to recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1419, establishing a committee to study whether a court, with specialized jurisdiction over corporate, commercial, and equitable matters should be established.
Representative Lynn moves that the House non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as originally passed by the House, sought to set up not a study committee, but a study commission that would, over a period of roughly 18 months or so, investigate the possibility, the prospects of establishing the equivalent of the Delaware Court of Chancery for New Hampshire, basically with the idea that that would heighten the business friendliness of our state. The Senate changed it to a study committee that would have to file its report by November 1st of this year. It really is unrealistic to think that we would get any of the stuff that was originally proposed to be done. Nonetheless, I have spoken to the people intimately involved as a prime sponsor of the bill, and they believe that there are things we can do next session in terms of actual legislation that would be a good thing to go in that direction. So the best thing to do now is to non-concur on this, on what would be really not a very useful bill at all. And our committee recommends non-concurrence.
Questions on the motion to non-concur? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1442, permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances.
Representative Lind moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, you know that we have passed a number of what I would refer to as sort of the bathroom bills this year. This is another one of those bills. As passed by the House, it was a little bit different than I would refer to sort of the fundamental bills that we have passed, which basically said that there were three circumstances: sporting events, bathrooms or locker rooms, and prison-like facilities in which classifications based on biological sex could be made. This bill had a little more definition as it passed by the House of what the definition of biological sex was. The Senate amended the bill with a replace all amendment and essentially went back to the three classifications that were in bills that this body has passed at least 2, maybe 3 times. I strongly recommend that the body concur with the Senate's with what the Senate has done. It's the same as what we've passed several other times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. Members, who was that? Representative Wade requests roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, park it. Representative Ladd, you're blinding me. Your flashlight's on. All right, I'll talk. Thank you. The question is a motion to concur on House Bill 1442, and Representative Birch is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad a member wanted to throw some light on this bill. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is another what has been called a bathroom bill that seeks to remove the transgender community from New Hampshire's fundamental commitment to treat all persons without discrimination and with equal dignity and respect, language taken from the bill itself. And if I know in this country and here in New Hampshire, the path traveled by women, by Black Americans, by Jewish Americans, by Italian Americans, and by so many others is the very same path now being walked by the transgender community, different people, same path. And if I know that this bill harms the real life of real Granite Staters who should be allowed to simply live their lives in peace, and if I know not that many hours ago we stood up, we faced the flag and pledged liberty and justice for all, then would I do the right thing, the live free or die thing, the liberty and justice for all thing, and press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the arguments advanced by my friend across the aisle are the same arguments that have been advanced every time we've had one of these bills, and if I also know that the arguments, unlike fine wine, they haven't gotten any better with age, then would I press the green button, please?
The question is the motion to concur on House Bill 1442. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for Senate messages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to accede to the request of the House for a committee conference on the following bills: House Bills 1416, 1492, 1734, and 1793. And, Mr. Speaker, the Senate accedes to the request of the House to form a committee of conference on the following bills: House Bill 1323, 1306, 1279, and 340. And, Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1705, establishing an employee assistance program for small town and volunteer first responders.
Representative Creighton moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate added one section to the bill, left it primarily unchanged. All it was that the program would be contingent upon funding being available. Because of this change, we recommend concur and hopefully for a voice vote. Thank you.
The question is the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the remarks on HB 1442 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1332, relative to the authorized display of flags on State House grounds.
Representative Hill moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this winter, the House passed this bill on consent to replace the controversial Honor and Remember flag to honor fallen service members with the federally recognized Gold Star flag. The same bill required that all flags flown on State House grounds to be federally recognized flags. The Senate discovered a problem and correctly amended the wording from on State House grounds to over the State House. We concur with the Senate language and ask for your support for our Gold Star families.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1131, relative to the official ballot referendum form of town meetings.
Representative Power moves that the House non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion to non-concur. The Senate amendment retains the question to adopt SB 2 as a warrant article voted on at the traditional town meeting. As such, the amendment does not fulfill the legislative intent of the bill as passed by the House, which was to restore the question to adopt SB 2 to the official ballot for an all-day vote on town election day. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the House to vote yes on the motion to non-concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to non-concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following titled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1756, allowing organizations to file for property tax exemptions once and receive those exemptions unless and until a town assessor finds the organization ineligible for an exemption.
Representative Power moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion to concur. The Senate amendment made only minor technical changes to the bill, replacing "and" with the word "or" in 2 instances, which did not alter the bill's policy as passed by the House regarding property tax exemptions for qualifying organizations. For these reasons, I ask that the House vote yes on the motion to concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 2026, relative to the state 10-year transportation improvement plan, relative to toll rate adjustments and periodic toll reviews for the New Hampshire Turnpike system to support the 2027-2036 10-year transportation plan, and relative to the reconstruction of the Gregg Mill Road Bridge in the town of New Boston.
Representative Mills moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate added 14 projects to the 10-year plan that this body reviewed, approved, and funded last week when we passed SB 637, including the Bow-Concord Interchange and the Manchester Exit 6 and 7 safety projects. Public Works and Highways asks that you vote yes on concurrence.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following titled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1088, transferring funding for the Water Well Board from the general fund to a special non-lapsing fund.
Representative Harb moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate only changed the effective date from July 1, 2026 to January 1, 2027. We ask you to concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1095, relative to the maximum weight of utility terrain vehicles.
Representative Harb moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This is another change of just the effective date from January 1, 2027 to May 1, 2028. We ask you to concur. Thank you.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1141, relative to permitting and fee authority for mining and prospecting.
Representative Harb moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made basically 3 changes that were all approved by the committee. The first change just added rulemaking authority to this bill. The second one actually had some concern about unmarked human burial remains that might be found in mining, which was a permitted change. And then their third change was just renumbering all the articles, so the effective dates really are the same, but the article numbers changed. Would ask you to concur. Thank you.
Question is the motion to concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1603, requiring state agencies to provide current and verifiable evidence of a species' presence before imposing any land use restriction relating to that species' habitat.
Representative Harb moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another addition of procedures and rulemaking. The basic subject matter stayed the same, so we ask you to concur. Thank you.
Question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1768, relative to gifts and donations received by the Division of Parks and Recreations.
Representative Harb moves that the House non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill where the Senate actually gutted the bill from the House. Originally, the House had this bill primarily to exempt veterans, honorably discharged veterans, from having to pay at certain metered parking spaces in state parks. That whole section of the bill was deleted. We think that we do not want you to concur with their changes. Thank you.
Motion is to non-concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk while he can still speak.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1542, establishing a committee to study New Hampshire's electrical renewable portfolio standard and the Renewable Energy Fund.
Representative Vos moves that the House non-concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the folks next door changed this bill into a study committee, but they apparently overlooked RSA 362F5, which requires the Department of Energy to study the RPS every 5 years. So we don't think this study committee is necessary, and we ask you to accept our motion of non-concurrence.
A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions of the motion to non-concur on House Bill 1542, and Representative McGee is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the renewable portfolio standard is how we measure what we're doing inside the state, and that due to many recent changes that have affected that standard, we don't necessarily have a handle on the things we need to know, and if I understand that the RPS, as it's commonly known, is something that we should understand before we make further changes to statute, and we would like to see that study done rather than ignored so that we have good information to move forward, then would I now overturn the non-concurrence.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that statute requires the Department of Energy to evaluate the effectiveness of the renewable portfolio standard once every 5 years, and that we do not need a study committee to do the same, would I press the green button to accept this motion of non-concurrence?
The question is the motion to non-concur on House Bill 1542. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Of all members present that had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. The motion is adopted, and the chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1577, relative to the disclosure of utility customer data to municipalities for emergency response planning.
Representative Vos moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So our friends next door changed the language in the bill that said, quote, local emergency management directors, unquote, to a municipality's authorized public safety officials, unquote. It seems to me a non-material change, and I urge you to concur.
Questions on the motion to concur? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 1718, relative to authorizing energy storage in connection with net metering.
Representative Vos moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Our friends next door did add a fairly significant change to this bill. They added language to the bill that would prohibit a municipality from denying a person the ability to install a battery storage unit in their house or business. This is a local control issue, but I think that it's the kind of issue that we should concur with because it is a fairness issue. So I ask your concurrence on this one.
Question is the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1723, requiring utilities and electric grid operators to assess and report the vulnerability of high-voltage transformers to geomagnetic and electromagnetic disturbances, and to recommend mitigation measures to protect the state electric infrastructure.
Representative Vos moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So our friends next door did not like the fact that this bill contained a ratepayer assessment to pay for the $350,000 cost of this study. So they changed the effective date of the bill to September 1st of 2027 and then added a budgetary appropriation to cover the cost of this study. And by moving the effective date out to September of 2027, the next budget writers will have the opportunity to create the appropriation. So I ask for your concurrence.
The question is the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say what? Division has been requested. Members take your seats. Question is on the motion to concur. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Baldwin. Representative Baldwin. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 153 in the negative. The motion is adopted. And this is an auspicious day. I see that our good friends from that mystical land beyond the wall have joined us in the gallery to see where all the really hard work happens. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following title bill sent up from the House. Senate Bill 538, extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy projects, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Avard, Pearl, and Waters.
Representative Vose moves that the House accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Vose, Doug Thomas, Cambriel, and McGee. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following title bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1252, requiring the Department of Safety to only administer tests for commercial driver's licenses in English and prohibiting the assistance of an interpreter during such tests.
Representative Walsh moves that the House concur, and Representative Gorski is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our friends on the other side of the body made two modifications to this bill. First, from the House position, they made removal of the 90-day retest. And the second modification that they required the Department of Study to adapt rules for the English requirement to notify people and provide notice of hearing to help them pass the test in English to maintain their commercial license. The Committee of Transportation asks for you to concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has a concurrence of the House. House Bill 1362, relative to motor vehicle equipment specifications.
Representative Walsh moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment only makes a couple of technical changes. Doesn't change the intent of the bill. It clarifies that the brake and tire requirements that are contained do not apply to commercial vehicles over 10,000 pounds or school buses. It also simplifies the steering and suspension language by requiring that you maintain to manufacturer specification. Committee on Transportation asks that you concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 1415, establishing a special veteran's license plate and creating a fund and administrative programs for the proceeds of the sale of such plates and establishing the New Hampshire First for Veterans Program and Authority.
Representative Walsh moves that the House concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Senate amendment does not change the intent of the bill, just a few clarifying changes. One of them is for consistency in fee requirements. Another change they made, just to make sure that all the relative departments are named. And finally, Mr. Speaker, language clarifying that the funds are non-lapsing. The Transportation Committee asks that you concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the last Senate message for the day. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate has concurrence of the House. House Bill 1194, relative to credits for assessments paid by insurers and relative to the application of criminal gambling statutes.
Representative Janigian moves that we concur. Hold up. Belay that. Moves that we non-concur and request a committee or conference. And is recognized to speak? No? Okay. Really? That's how you're going to make me end my day? The question is to non-concur and request a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House appoints Representatives Janigian, Ullery, Almy, and Ford. Yep. The House will attend to a report from the Committee on Legislative Administration. I have a request. Let's get through this with dignity and decorum. Got it. The motion is to affirm the report from the Committee on Legislative Administration. Representative McFarland is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with genuine sadness about what this House is doing to itself. Not because members were offended. In politics, people are offended every day. Not because language was sharp, provocative, and intemperate. Political speech has always been thus. And certainly not because members are wrong to condemn speech that they dislike. They are perfectly free to do so. So am I, and so is every citizen of this state. No, Mr. Speaker, I rise because this House is being asked to establish a precedent more dangerous than any tweet, any insult, any reckless joke, or any tasteless remark. We are being asked to establish the precedent that an elected representative of the people may be formally condemned by this body under vague standards, undefined offenses, shifting accusations, and a process so amorphous that even now, after weeks of proceedings, it remains difficult to articulate precisely what rule was violated, under what standard, and by what limiting principle. And that should trouble every member in this chamber, Republican or Democrat, conservative or progressive, libertarian or socialist, every one of us. Because once this House crosses that line, we will not easily uncross it. Mr. Speaker, I remember sitting in this chamber when the original motion was made. I waited to hear the conduct described. I waited to hear the statements identified. I waited to hear the particulars. They never came. This House was presented with a motion asserting only that a member had conducted himself in a manner inconsistent with the high ideals of his position. That was the charge, nothing more. No particulars, no identified statements, no explanation of what conduct was actually before this body. And yet, from that fog emerged hearings, accusations, testimony, condemnations, speculation about intent, assertions of anti-Semitism, discussion of expulsion, and now a recommendation of censure. Condemnation first, particulars later. That is not a standard worthy of this House. Indeed, during the hearing process and the executive session, the apparent theory of the case shifted repeatedly. One statement became two. Testimony ranged far beyond any clearly articulated scope. Emotional reaction was intertwined with factual accusation. The committee never squarely answered the most basic questions any fair tribunal ought to answer at the outset. What exactly is the charge? What exactly is the offense? And what exactly is the standard? Mr. Speaker, I wrote to the chairman asking a very simple question, not rhetoric, not implication, not atmosphere, the actual charge. What specifically was the committee considering? Which conduct? And what theory of misconduct? I received no answer. I attempted to submit testimony electronically and encountered a malfunction in the system. Again, no answer. I wrote again expressing concerns that those wishing to defend Representative Corcoran's constitutional rights and his legislative duties may have been prevented from participating. Again, no answer. And yet we are told that the process that was followed was a sober, quasi-judicial process. Mr. Speaker, if this was quasi-judicial, it was so only in the sense that it had accusation without structure and condemnation without precision. Now let me say something plainly. Members are entirely free to find Representative Corcoran's remarks offensive. Entirely free. Members may regard them as crude, reckless, insensitive, tasteless, historically ill-considered, or beneath the dignity of the House, and that is their right. But it is a very different thing to move from being offended to accusation of intent. A very different thing to move from poor judgment to institutional findings of hatred or bigotry. And this House has been presented with no actual evidence that Representative Corcoran acted with anti-Semitic intent, rather than what he himself contemporaneously described as political theatrics surrounding an unusually theatrical legislative dispute over ferrets. Members are free to disbelieve him. They are free to condemn that language. But this House must hesitate, deeply hesitate, before declaring hateful intent proven merely because many people inferred it. In a free legislature, offense is not the standard for institutional punishment, because political speech is not confined to polite speech. Free speech is not merely the freedom to utter sanitized banalities approved by committee consensus. The whole point of free political speech is that it protects the speech which shocks, which angers, unsettles, irritates, and yes, offends. The speech everyone already approves of requires no protection at all. And so I ask this House, what principle are we establishing today? That offensive historical references are grounds for censure? That inflammatory rhetoric is grounds for censure? That speech causing emotional distress is grounds for censure? If so, I must ask, selectively or universally? Because only recently on this very floor, I myself was publicly called a racist. I did not demand censure. I did not demand hearings. I did not demand institutional punishment. Why? Because in politics, people say ugly things. And because I understand that once legislatures begin weaponizing disciplinary process over political rhetoric, there is no stable stopping point. The answer to speech is speech. The answer to bad arguments is better arguments. The answer to offensive rhetoric is condemnation, rebuttal, debate, elections, and public accountability, not institutional orthodoxy enforced through vaguely defined standards. Mr. Speaker, there is another danger here as well. A legislature should be extremely cautious before teaching its citizens that some political viewpoints may be voiced only at political peril. Many years ago, in another legislative body, one even larger than our own, a warning was articulated. All members of Parliament are used to the typical anonymous correspondent But what surprised and alarmed me was the high proportion of ordinary, decent, sensible people writing a rational and often well-educated letter who believed that they had to omit their address because it was dangerous to have committed themselves to paper to a member of Parliament agreeing with the views I had expressed, and that they would risk penalties or reprisals if they were known to have done so. When citizens begin to fear reputational destruction merely for expressing controversial political opinions, when legislators are disciplined for rhetoric deemed beyond the pale by temporary majorities, when offense itself begins to function as evidence, then, Mr. Speaker, free institutions begin drifting away from liberty and toward orthodoxy. Mr. Speaker, if a member commits bribery, punish him. If a member commits violence, punish him. If a member abuses his office corruptly, punish him. But if the standard becomes crude rhetoric, provocative speech, offensive jokes, or historically charged language uttered outside the legislative process itself, then we are building not a legislature of free representatives, but a legislature in which political rhetoric itself becomes subject to institutional discipline. And once built, that machinery will not remain in the hands of only one faction. Someday, those applauding this process may find themselves subjected to it. And on that day, they will rediscover, too late, why free institutions traditionally hesitate before punishing speech, especially political speech, especially offensive political speech, especially speech outside the chamber itself. Mr. Speaker, the voters of Ware are fully capable of judging Representative Corcoran. That is what elections are for. We do not strengthen democracy by transforming this House into a tribunal for policing rhetoric. We weaken it. This House should not become a body that condemns first and specifies later, and we should not teach the people of New Hampshire that controversial political speech survives only by permission of the majority. The voters are watching. History is watching. I urge this House to reject the recommendation of censure. And, Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
The House will be in order. Representative Corcoran is recognized.
That was an amazing speech, and yet I hope that I can change my friend Representative McFarland's mind. Democrats in New England have an anti-Semitism problem. Just across the border, a Democratic candidate sports a Nazi SS tattoo. In this chamber, a Democrat has refused to condemn the Hamas terror group responsible for the October 7th attacks. Also in this chamber, another Democrat joined the flotilla organized by IHH, a group on an anti-Jewish terror watch list. But the Democratic caucus has not voted to censure or disaffiliate itself from many of these Democrats. Instead, it has attacked me, a staunch supporter of Jews, a dues-paying member for over 20 years of the Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership. This censure vote is not about anti-Semitism. It is an act of political theater, a partisan attack aimed at delegitimizing a Republican via social shaming. Some detractors have raised the point that I have not apologized. They are correct. I have not apologized, and I will not apologize, because I have done nothing wrong. It is the theater kids in this chamber who should apologize to me and to the people of New Hampshire for their failed policies and for their drama club antics. Now, finally, that was a statement about apology. I'd now like to speak to how I would like you to vote. As an author, and my next book from ARC Press, Red State Mars, comes out on Tuesday, I have learned that the most important thing in drama is a satisfying third act. So for that reason, if I know that Concord is a stage and all we legislators merely players, I would request that you vote green so that we can bring this comedy to a fitting conclusion. Thank you.
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know why we're here. Representative Corcoran's online behavior regularly brings disrepute to this body. And on 2 particular occasions this March, he attacked House colleagues with posts that unequivocally crossed the line of decency. In one instance, he called for the deportation of a member who is a naturalized citizen, as she was speaking in this hall during a session. In another, he responded to a social invitation from a House colleague by invoking terminology used by the Nazis to describe the genocide of Jewish people during the Holocaust. Representative Corcoran has had many opportunities to show contrition for his actions. At every turn, he's chosen not to. I thank the Legislative Administration Committee for the time and the care that they put into handling this matter. The committee heard in detail the harm that Representative Corcoran's rhetoric causes the people and communities that we represent. After deliberation, the committee voted 10-2 to recommend Representative Corcoran be censured for his behavior. I agree with the committee's recommendation, and I urge this body to accept their report. Finally, in discussions about the appropriate action to take here, we've heard a lot about the right to free speech. Let me be clear. Representative Corcoran has the right to say hateful things online. No one is arresting him for his posts. But the House has freedom of speech too. We have the right to condemn Representative Corcoran's actions toward other members, and to say that invoking genocide, hatred, and discrimination has no place in our public square. I urge the body to ratify this report, censure Representative Corcoran for his conduct, and put this ugly incident behind us. Thank you.
Representative McFarland requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to affirm the report from the Committee on Legislative Administration. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Miller.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 288 in the affirmative, 54 in the negative. The motion's adopted. Representative Corcoran, please present yourself in the well of the House. Representative Cork, right there. What? Right there. Oh, he's got to go there. I don't know. My first time. Representative Corcoran, by a vote of 288 to 54, the House of Representatives hereby censures you for the matter referred to committee. The House will be in order. Okay, for what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from the previous debate be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to remove from the table the motion made by the member from Peterborough to allow the member from Newmarket to access the chamber, gallery, and anteroom on non-session days.
The motion is to remove from the table the motion to reverse the Speaker's restrictions. There is a roll call that has been sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to remove the previous motion from the table. Representative Barton is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a duly elected representative from Newmarket that I had the opportunity to vote against on 2 times when living there is currently being denied access to the gallery, the anteroom, and this House chamber during non-session days. And if I know that these restrictions affect that member's ability to fully participate in the work of this body, and if I know that the authority to discipline or restrict members rests with this House and not with the Speaker, and that the unilateral action by the Speaker, if I know that such actions appear unprecedented to any House rule known to me, and if I'm unaware of any specific rule in Mason's manual authorizing such unilateral action, and if I know that today it's the representative from Newmarket, but tomorrow I could find myself in a minority, and that member may be the Speaker, and I could find myself banned from the anteroom. If I know these things, would I vote green to remove this motion from the table and to not set a dangerous precedent and to leave discipline to this body, as we just saw? it's this body that exercises discipline, not the House Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bailey. This isn't the bogus piage that we do on speeches. He has a genuine one. Yeah, go ahead, Representative Bailey.
This shouldn't take long. It's been pointed out to me that there's an actual inquiry to be made here, that the rule cited to ban the member from Newmarket was 575M, but 570M makes no mention of any power to control where a member goes. Has 575M ever been used to ban a member of which we know? That's the question.
I do not know the answer.
Thank you, and perhaps you'll consider that when you vote.
Representative Sweeney is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry, the other kind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the House anteroom and gallery are not intended to be used as personal office space when the legislature is not in session, Mr. Speaker, if I know that both the majority and the minority parties and their members are entitled to offices for said majority and minority, and have the ability to request a conference room for when they are in the State House or at Granite Place to do work when they are not in active committee or in session. And Mr. Speaker, if I know there is still a bit of information regarding this case that has not made it out into the public sphere and honestly does not need to, would I now press the red button to keep this motion on the table where it belongs? Thank you.
The question is whether to remove that motion from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cloutier.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 in the affirmative, 179 in the negative. The motion fails. The chair recognizes the clerk for a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate accedes to the request of committee conference on the following entitled bill, House Bill 1194.
The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a motion to adjourn from the early session.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, June 4th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Questions on the third reading motion? Questions on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned. The House will attend to announcements. The clerk is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few announcements for you, please. Seat pockets. I know that you've had some enterprising members and clerk staff that have been doing that for you all year, but if you would, please empty out your seat pockets. We would appreciate it. Committees of conference scheduling, chairs, please come or email me as soon as possible regarding your scheduling. That means you need to confer with your colleagues in the other body so that you might find a time. Tuesday is filling up quickly. Tomorrow is basically out of pocket unless it is after 3 o'clock. Next session day, June 4th, is the last day of the regular session until a veto session allegedly in the fall. It will be an ice cream social that day and seersucker day as well.
The House will attend to unanimous consent. Representative Guyson is recognized regarding the 250th anniversary of New Hampshire and the nation. House will be in order. If you're leaving, do it quietly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we approach our nation's honored 250th anniversary, I believe it would be in poor decorum to not recognize the upcoming Memorial Day holiday. The United States has a time-honored tradition of recognizing those who serve us. Last week was Police Week, and I would like to extend that recognition now. And this coming Monday is Memorial Day. Since 1775, the United States has fought in more than a dozen wars and multiple other conflicts, interventions, peacekeeping missions, and policing actions throughout the world. Certainly some were less supported than others, and we wear the scars from those as a nation, but nobody carries that burden more than the service member who doesn't come home or the family that has to heal from that loss. Memorial Day is the day that we honor those who have fallen. I find it important to point out to you, Mr. Speaker, that Memorial Day was the first national holiday that was founded by the people and by the states, not by the federal government. After the Civil War in 1866, the Daughters of the Confederacy began to decorate the graves of Confederate soldiers and Union soldiers in Mississippi, South Carolina. That was reciprocated in Pennsylvania and New York when the families of Union soldiers decorated the graves of Union soldiers and Confederate soldiers. And in 1868, the Arlington National Cemetery was dedicated with ceremonies, speeches, song, and the placement of flowers on the graves of both armies. It was a day to reunify as a nation and remember those who served. Every state in the United States had a decoration day or a flag day before the end of 1890, but as a nation we had no single holiday. After World War I, every single state expanded those holidays to honor all who died in all U.S. military conflicts, expanding it beyond the Civil War. In 1968, there was pressure on the United States Congress to create a federally recognized unifying holiday across all 50 states, recognizing the memorial of fallen soldiers, and in 1971, that day was designated as Memorial Day. The date being the fourth Monday in May was chosen because that is the date where it is most likely to produce a bloom of flowers in all of the lower 48 states. While we honor the fallen, we should take pride in the adversity that our nation has overcome. And while there's still room for us to grow, Monday is a day of reflection. I would encourage you all, my fellow Granite Staters, Mr. Speaker, to take a moment of peace, reflection, prayer, to make a toast, to have a moment of silence, and to honor those who paid with their lives to give us this great nation and this amazing Granite State. May God bless you all. Remember.
For what reason does the member rise?
I move that the marks about Memorial Day be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Heath Howard's recognized on personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a point of personal privilege in an attempt to shift blame and absolve himself from his decision to invoke the Holocaust against another representative. The representative from Ware stated that I do not condemn Hamas. I'd like to correct the record because I do condemn Hamas's actions and violence against civilians. And I do not support is the collective punishment, no matter who it involves. I'd like to thank this body for voting to censure the representative from Ware. Thank you.
Representative Dan McGuire, on unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get to the thing I wanted to talk about, I have to say this is my 10th year, and I've heard many fine speeches from the well, including the late Representative Valancourt, for example, and many other great speakers. But the speech we heard today from Representative McFarland has to be the best, I think, that I've heard in my 10 years. So on a completely other subject, I have something an illustration I've wanted to give from the well for many years, and it originated from economist Don Boudreau of George Mason University. I heard him give this speech many years ago, and I've been just waiting for the right time to do it, and I've never found it, so here we are. Now, what Professor Boudreau had the advantage, he had PowerPoint, and I don't. So I need to show you a graph. And so for the purpose of this, I'm going to draw my graph on this wall behind me. So you got to do it in your mind's eye, all right? And so you got to imagine there's no speaker's podium, which there wasn't, by the way. When this room was brand new, the speaker was over there. And the floor was flat. So I want you to imagine that the floor is flat. It doesn't rise up on the sides like it does here. And a little while ago, I measured this wall. It's 80 feet long. So I'm going to draw this graph with my little crayon, and I'm going to start over there by the clock, and imagine that I'm about 2 to 3 inches above the floor, and I'm going to draw a kind of a wavy line staying 2 to 3 inches above the floor from the clock in the corner there, all along the wall here, until we get to that corner by Daniel Webster. And when I reach about 1.5 inches from that corner, I'm going to take my crayon and draw a line essentially straight up into the corner, as high as I can reach. Let's imagine that's about 100 inches, all right? So we're going to imagine now a graph that looks like an L. It's about 1,000 inches this way and about 100 inches up. So what this graph is, it's the history of humanity in economic terms. So human beings with these bodies and these brains have been around for about 300,000 years. Some people say a little longer, 400,000 years, 450,000 years. It's something like that. So if we say 1 inch on this wall is 300 years, right? That's the history of humanity. The vertical line is income, right? So say median personal income or something like that. And we could imagine that it's about $1 a day going vertically. So we get up in the corner there, we're going to about $100. But for all of humanity, it was $2 to $3 a day in today's dollars, okay? So the point of this illustration is people were poor forever. And it's only in the merest blink of time that we've had any kind of a wealth at all, right? I mean, people lived like hunter-gatherers and you know, huts and had nothing for ever, okay? And it's only like, so this is like 15,000 generations of people, and it's only the last 20 that we've had any kind of wealth. And if you look deeply into that corner, you would see that the line starts to rise gradually and then really takes off in like the last half or third of an inch, right? The last 100 years, 200 years, right? We didn't get such advanced technology as indoor plumbing and flush toilets until about 150 years ago, right? So the point is that we should be worried. So the question you might ask yourself is, what caused that? What created wealth? What created our civilization? And that's a deep question, and there's books written about it and so on. Certainly part of it is capitalism. Other people would say part of it is Protestantism, Magna Carta. There's all kinds of things, right, that went into it. But what we should be concerned about today is that we keep it going, right? This very unusual thing that we have now, that we've taken advantage of for such a tiny piece of time, I would be very concerned that it could go back to normal, right? It could go back to just the way people have lived forever, okay? And I'll leave you with a quote from Hemingway, from his first novel, The Sun Also Rises. Two characters are talking, and one said, how did you go bankrupt? And the other one said, 2 ways, gradually and then immediately. So we could drop off that cliff so easily, but we have to think about what causes wealth and stay with it, namely capitalism. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Horgan.
If this motion is in order, I'd like to move that the discussion about the matter involving the gentlelady from Newmarket, which we debated right before the third reading motion, but I believe it's still in order now, so I'd like to have that debate printed in the permanent journal, please.
Print marks without objection, so ordered. Representative Luno, recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks everybody for sticking it out today. Progressive supranuclear palsy, or also known as PSP, and corticobasal degeneration, also known as CBD, are rare adult-onset neurodegenerative diseases with significant care burdens, no accurate diagnostic biomarkers, and no disease-modifying treatments or cures. I'm sorry, this is a little bit of a tough unanimous consent here, but in New Hampshire, it's estimated that 150 to 200 people are suffering from PSP and CBD at any given time. Dr. Mary Davis Gibney of Portsmouth passed away from CBD on January 30th of this year. She was just 60 years of age. She had been diagnosed with PSP only 2 years prior, but a brain autopsy showed she actually had CBD. Post-mortem analysis is still the only way to reach a definitive diagnosis, and this added even greater uncertainty to caregiving and the timeline she and her family faced. My friend and Mary's husband of 32 years, Colin Gibney, I was going to say is here with us. He was here with us in the gallery today. but he did get to see some of our work today, and we presented him with governors and House declarations. Mary was a successful healthcare professional who had to leave her practice as the disease began to steal away gross and fine motor function, balance, and speech. Falling and choking became daily hazards, and simple activities like dressing, eating, and expressing her thoughts became arduous and then impossible. Her progression was more rapid than average, and her loss of function was measured in weeks and months, not years, as is typically the case. CBD came on completely unexpectedly, and she was otherwise healthy and active. Mary was a force of positive energy who faced every day, even the toughest ones, with a smile and a zeal for living. Her quick progression and loss is still shocking to all who knew her. The U.S. Congress has just recently introduced the Healthy Brains Act, an act with bipartisan support. The governor of New Hampshire recognized the month of May as Progressive Supranuclear Palsy and Corticobasal Degeneration Awareness Month. The Speaker has also issued a proclamation, and I ask you, my fellow colleagues, to help us build on this effort, with all of us helping to raise awareness, continue research, and working towards a cure. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks of the member from Hopkinton be placed in the permanent journal so we may all remember.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of enrolled bill amendments and enrolled bill reports and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the House is in recess until Thursday, June 4th at 10 a.m.